Okay. It's alright, my camera decided to be silly right as I was getting ready to go. Alright, so we're picking up where we left off on our needle felted magnet prototype. Demo piece, if you will, that we started last week. We'll see how far we get today. I did get the wood painted last night. Well, yesterday afternoon. We'll see. We'll see how this is gonna go. So, in the chat is the link to the tutorial that we're following. So I'm going to pin that. We are following, started to go to the last season of tutorials and work our way backwards. So we are currently on season 31, episode 1, Reflections of Calm. See how this goes. So when we last left off last week, we had gotten our back tree line done. There is a secondary tree line in there, but it's very dark and it's very hard to see it against that mountain. I should have went with a different color. In hindsight, if I had to do it again, I probably would go with a different color. But that is what it is now, so live and learn, right? Okay. So we are going to start working on our tree over here. And I was torn because when I wrote my colors down for it, I did one color. And then he kind of did this like dark green thing. And then came back in later and did the branches for it. So I might end up doing that. First, maybe. Well, we'll give it a go. Oh, I didn't get my water. Hold on. Hold on. I've got stuff everywhere. Like, literally everywhere. Okay. That cap's looking a little funky. It doesn't matter if there's a little bit of fuzz in that because we're putting it on fuzzy stuff, so that's fine. Alright. I feel like this might be too bright. I'll tell you what. We'll take my instinct after looking at where he's at is to grab the hunter green. So I think that's what we're gonna grab to start with here. Okay. So we're gonna work small because our piece is very small. It does mean we might have to layer it up a little bit. So he actually has this guy going like all the way to the top here. So I'm gonna turn this just so I can see it a little bit better. All right. And I'm gonna try to bring him in along the edge here as best as I can. Might involve a couple of passes here. Just to kind of get that worked into where I'm happy with it. Now, a couple little breaks where we can see the sky behind it isn't necessarily a super terrible thing in this case, because it is a tree. It's tree leaves. So I'm not going to use the water on this one though, because I kind of want to keep this a little bit looser. And I'm probably going to end up going over my pen line here, and that's okay. I just don't want to go over that pen line. So, Happy New Year's Eve to everybody. I'm not sure if it's New Year's Day anywhere just yet. It might be. But for us here, it is New Year's Eve. I will say it's a lot. Well, it's just about as hard as I expected it to be working this small with his designs, because he works so big, right? In comparison, he's working what was it, an 18 by 24, 18 by 20 canvas. So by comparison, this thing is like microscopic compared to that. Okay, I don't want this huge blue spot in the middle. That I'm not happy with. So I will end up adding a bit more over top of that. So in the future ones that we're going to have coming up, if this works out, then I'm going to probably try to modify the pieces just a little bit to work with our smaller size here. Because some of the details that he puts in, while he doesn't normally go super heavy on detail, he kind of leaves it to people's brains to fill in the blanks a little bit in some respects. But like trying to get certain things put in and make them look right is going to be quite the challenge. We'll try to stay as true to it as we can, though. Like, I'm not saying we're going to completely change it, but might have to slightly modify. Like, I'm already modifying the color on this one from my original sketch. And that's okay, because I realized that that color just wasn't gonna quite do it for me. All right. So I'm trying to stay in my inner segments here. I've got an outer square and then I've got an inner square. And I've kind of lost a little bit of my line up here. But I did that in the hopes that we wouldn't have too weirdly too weird of a sized edges on this guy. So, all right, he kind of takes this guy pretty far down. So, when we go to trim, we're going to start with trimming down to the outer square and then lay it down on our wood and see what's going on here. Because I also realized that I'm going to have some felt showing through, so I might have to paint some felt edges, or we take it down to the inner piece if it will fit without any major modifications to it. Because, like, this was kind of the width of my sticks for our frame. Oh, that's what I wanted to grab and I forgot to get it. Dang it, 3 times I walked over there. Alright, so that's alright. I'll grab it if we end up needing it today. Did start a little bit early today, not too much. I wanted to start a little bit earlier. I was trying to get some more tissue paper cut. Because I didn't get too far last night. But, I was working on that a little bit this morning. So, if we get this guy popped into here, right? So that's not too bad. Alright, this guy does come down a bit further though. Bob's got him kind of coming down to about here. It's like a little bit opaque, but there are little spots where it feels slightly see-through too, so that is what we are attempting to accomplish here. I think that needs to come down just a skosh more. Not incredibly so, but maybe just a little bit. there's technically some land sticking out over here on the end piece. And we had to deal with Suzu being a bit big mad this morning. His husband had a rough night, and then we had to go and deal with a water department issue. That's why I didn't get much done last night. Because we got our water bill, and it was very, very not right. And I was having an anxiety meltdown. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Why is this triple what we normally pay? Oh my god. Like, instant disaster mode. We can't pay this. This is ridiculous. We didn't really have the money for a plumber to try to find out what the heck the problem was. And yeah, the mother-in-law and her sister were here with the RV, but they weren't even hooked up constantly the whole time this time. They just filled the tanks and were running off the tanks for the most part because of how cold it was, and she didn't have her heated hoses. I don't know if she gave up on those or what, but for some reason she wasn't using them. And we're like, no, it's never been this high ever in the entirety that we've lived here. What is the problem? And so the husband's like, wait a minute. So after we were running through possible scenarios, he goes, let me check something. So he grabbed his flashlight and his work gloves. And we're outside trying to take a photo of the reading on the meter last night. And it was off by like 100 points. And we're like, what? They misread the meter. Or somebody typoed when they were entering it into the computer system. And of course, it's New Year's Eve and the bill's due on the 10th. And we're like, no, 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 no. This is a problem. And I was just like full on migraine, anxiety, like, no, we have to get this resolved like now. And of course, by the time we got our mail, the office was closed because our mail came late. And so he went down there this morning. He's like, yeah, there's something wrong. Because my bill's never this high. And it's suddenly saying I had this much usage, which is highly unusual. And I went out and I took a photo of my meter, and this is what it said, and this is what the bill said, and it is nowhere near that number. And they're like, that's the second person. And we're like, oh, somebody else had this problem? So they're like, we'll send somebody out either today or Thursday to do a new meter read for you. And we'll get back to you. So they actually came like a half an hour later, did the meter reading, and then the city called us. And they're like, yeah, okay, your new bill is this. So I'm like, oh, thank God. That's a little more in line with when they're here with the RV hooked up. And I was like, okay, we can do that. Bless you. Bless you. I was like, that's a lot more reasonable. Like, we're putting dye in the toilet, trying to make sure we didn't have a really big leak or something going on that we didn't know about. Like, we were like, what is happening? All right, I'm gonna bring that over a little bit more. Like, I know we're tiny, so I can't go too overboard. But he's kind of got this guy coming over a little bit further. than I do. Oh, hey, you didn't tell me that that CD player of hers has a Bluetooth mode?
It does.
She was trying to get me to start it for her
Uh-huh.
because she couldn't remember how you did it. And I'm standing there and I'm fussing with it, and it just keeps flashing the word blue, and there's like a little symbol. There's like a little Bluetooth symbol on the
I did not know it had Bluetooth.
on the screen, and I'm like, I'm hitting play and nothing's happening, and I'm like, what the heck? So I'm like turning it off, I'm turning it on, I'm taking the CD out, I'm like dumping everything out from inside because there was some debris in there from her Christmas tree, and I'm putting it back in, and she goes, "Well, he was pushing buttons on that left side there the last time to make it play." And I'm like, "The frick?" And I'm looking at what the buttons say. And one of them says some kind of mode, and it was saying clock, and I'm like, "But I don't want the clock." But I hit it anyway. And then it popped off, the blue word went away, and I'm like, "Okay." And then it went something else, and then it went something else, and then it said CD, and I'm like, "Okay." And then I hit play, and then it started playing, and I'm like, since when does this have Bluetooth? Like the cheapest ever little CD player, and I'm like, when does this have Bluetooth? I did not think we paid for something that had Bluetooth on it, because she was never going to use that. So confused because CDs aren't around that much anymore. I think I might have gotten rid of all of mine, or we stashed them somewhere. I think I got rid of them. The case that they were being held in was abominably filthy. And we had no disc players, and everything was going digital. I just wanted to fill that out just a little bit more. All right, I think I'm kind of okay with that. So we've got that bit of shadow from our tree in there. All right, so let's play the tutorial. I do have the subtitles on. I do have it muted. So we're just going to see where he's going to take us next. Okay, so he's going to put in some little like teardrop trees, kind of. I might bring that a little bit lower. So he's kind of covering up a bit of that reflection there, and he's kind of fluffing the bottom half of that out. He does come back in and add a little bit of a reflection there. Oh, that was dark. I'm probably not gonna do the reflections. I was thinking about it at first, but I think with how tiny this is, it's gonna be really difficult. I don't know that I added that tree in my sketch. I don't think I did. I'm not certain because I don't really see it. So that's interesting. Alright, he starts mixing a bit of a highlight. He's jumping around now. You can tell he's like racing the clock at this point. Because he didn't finish the tree that we put in so far. He's like working overtime on this little bit of land here. So okay. And then he's gonna put that in. Alright. Alright, Bob. We can get another. Okay, I'm gonna hold you there because you're getting very much ahead. Okay. So I'm gonna take this guy down just a teeny tiny bit further. Like, I don't want to go any further than that. But I also need to make sure I'm not pulling in our background too far off my edge here. Grab one of my frame pieces. Okay, that's still looking okay for the most part. All right. So I'm gonna grab a little bit of fluff here. This is probably too much fluff, but I want to try to figure out how far are we bringing this over? That's the tough part. I mean, I guess it can really just be over as far as we want it to be. Is that too far? Maybe, but that's where it is in ours now. I'm just trying to give us some sort of landmass to sink these tree guys on. I'm just going to turn the mat so that way we're not constantly stabbing into the same place. A little bit of water, a little bit of fluff. And I'm gonna start to work on getting these trees popped into here. I'm okay with doubling that up. He was a little thin, so. Now, this row of trees didn't end up really getting much in the way of any highlight action. My drip dropped off of my finger. I'm not sure where it went. Oh, it landed right there. I can see the wet spot now. Oh, well, I hadn't meant for that to happen, but okay. Alright. Next guy going in here. So it's just kind of gonna look a little blobby as we work on getting this row of trees in. I'm gonna take that tail and kind of take it that way just to fill in our ground here a little bit. Like I said, this is a prototype. I've not worked this small before on a scene. Like, we did the, what was it? It was a 5x5 or a 4x4 when we first started doing this. And that was alright. That was a good size. But I just felt like that would be a little tough as a magnet size. So I decided to try this 3x3 size here to kind of see how we go, how we do. Alright, I need a little bit more of this color. I mean, we're definitely using less fluff than if we'd been doing a big 8x10 guy. But it doesn't feel that way when I'm like trying to get the sky and stuff done in the water. It just felt like I was using so much fluff. I'm like, wow, definitely more than I expected. All right, so I'm just gonna keep going at these trees here. On our little peninsula, bit of land sticking out here into our body of water. I imagine it's a lake with all of the talk of calm waters, so I'm probably going to omit those two trees in the front because everything in here is the same color. Number one. Number two, I believe I left them out of my sketch because I didn't realize they existed. Or I did put them in and I can no longer see them because everything became the same color. So, excuse me. It's probably just gonna be better off doing it this way. Just a drop of water. You don't need much. So we'll get our next tree guy worked in here, and you know, you can variate their heights a little bit. If you decide that your tail's a little long or a little too long to wrap back around, then you can just go ahead and trim him up. Of course, I just kind of engulfed the tree I just did. That's okay. We just made him a little more robust, that's all. Alright, had a little bit of a tail there, so I just kind of looped it sideways to fill in the ground a little bit more. All right, probably one more. Little guy here. All right, I'm just gonna roll that to get our shape as best as we can here. All right. Get that guy attached on into there. All right, I do have a little bit of a gap on that one tree. And it's kind of bugging me, so I'm gonna see if I can do something about it. I might not be able to do much. See if I can add just a little bit more, excuse me, fluff to that. Come on, scissors, cooperate. Had those scissors for some time. They might be giving it up. I'd have to see about getting a different pair of scissors. I keep saying I'm going to get a pair of like tiny, either super tiny sewing scissors or super tiny like cuticle scissors. Cuticle scissors are bent though, so I don't know if I really want those. Alright, so that's kind of in there. Let me see, he didn't really highlight those. It looks like I wrote down those pine trees, but they're gonna be so tiny. I don't think I'm gonna put myself through that. Because it's not like it's a full piece, it's like that big. I think I'm gonna omit those. Alright, what color did I do my grass here? I did some surprise grass green. Where is my grass green? That's forest green. Did I pull grass green? That's light green. That's olive. That's lime. Did I not actually pull grass green? No, I didn't. Okay, well that explains why I can't find it. It's still on the flip wall. Oh boy, we're gonna need so little of this. So we're gonna need this, and we're gonna need buttercup. Did I not pull buttercup either? No, I didn't. Okay. I looked at it and I didn't pull it. Okay. So I'm just gonna grab a little bit. But try to grab a little bit, at least. Okay. Now looks like a good time to change places. All right. Remember, these needles are sharp. To be careful, I do strongly recommend the finger protectors. Like, they won't completely save you. You can still stab through them, in my experience, unless I'm just special. But they'll at least save you from a pretty bad injury. In theory. Alright, so I'm just kind of working in my grass here. Now, I do have a bit more spacing between my trees than Bob did. And that's okay. Everybody's scene is going to be a little bit different. But hey, we're out here, we're trying, we're doing the thing. It doesn't look half bad on the back either. Okay. So, I don't know how much more of that color I need. Oh, I need just such a small amount of yellow. But I almost don't even want to grab it. Okay. Even that's too much. Alright. See how that does us. Now, I could have tried to do these ones in the roving that I had. And I might go through my roving colors and see if I have enough to do the next one in just roving, just so I can use those up. But we'll see. Because traditionally you use roving, but at the moment I am using acrylic yarn because that was a bit more budget friendly for me. I'm trying to use just such a small amount of this. I barely, that time I cut it, I barely want it there. So we're just trying to add a bit of an accent. Trim. Man, these scissors don't want to cut for shit. I think I've cut one too many things that were thicker than those scissors could really handle. So they feel a little warped and wobbly. Alright, we would just barely trying to kiss this grass with yellow. I don't want to overwhelm it. Come on. I might have to switch to the snips. Snips didn't always like to cut very well either, but I kind of feel like they cut a little bit better than this is cutting right now. Okay, so let me take my yellow. I have to tuck that back into there. I'm pretty sure I'm done with yellow. I'm just gonna tuck the yellow to the side. Where's that grass green? I'm gonna tuck that to the side too. Okay, now Bob does add a little bit of ground in here. And I don't see a color that I want to use for this. I had put the other ground away. I could use, what do I want to use here? I think he might have taken a little bit of the brown. That's what I've got in front of me. That's what we'll go with. Just a little bit, and this is way too much. But, did this freeze again? Keeps freezing. The Twitch app keeps freezing on my Kindle, and I guess maybe it's because I haven't interacted with it. I don't know, I'm not that familiar with the mobile app. Alright. So it's not freezing on my dashboard. Like on my, on the web page, so... Alright. See about getting our little bit of dirt worked in here. If we're able to. Like, it's not super... That's why I hold on to the tails. Because if I don't, see, it just starts eating it. Like a wood chipper. Let's see, will you be willing to... If I pull it taut, then it cuts it. Okay. So we've got a little bit of dirt under that. And let me tuck that back into its bag for right now. Alright, we're not done with that one, so I can't just yeet it into the bin of project in progress holding, so we will see here. Alright, well, some of the water got in my hand. If it drips elsewhere on your project, it's water. It'll dry. You're good. So I'm just kind of working on getting a little bit of white rolled out so that we can put our water line here. Up against our shore here. And I'm just gonna brush the back down, smooth that down a little bit. So it's pretty thick for its size. Alright, I'm gonna stick our extra white back in our bag here. I know I'm on this edge of the mat. I'm trying to work in different places so I don't like just work dead center. Okay, so let's advance this tutorial a little bit further and see what we got. Okay, he adds just a little bit more fluff to the tree. Fluff. Color. He does take it down to about here. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like reflection or whatnot. So he's working on putting in the faintest amount of tree trunk. And now he's gonna come back and start to highlight this guy. And I definitely feel like he's rushing now. He's definitely watching the clock. And he's gonna work on getting those highlights in. Oh, he kind of stuck a shrub in there. I don't think I had that shrub. You can kind of see him looking to the side, like just past the canvas. I wonder if that's where the clock is. Okay, so he's got some more like shrubbery coming into there. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can... Alright. I don't know how this is gonna go. We'll try. We'll try. Sketching it out and felting it out are two totally different animals. Alright. So... I'm gonna turn this guy sideways again just a little bit. Gonna get some water. Was that you?
No. I think that was a car driving by.
Okay. So he kind of... Oh. I don't need that anymore. I'll stick that over there. Okay. Sorry, I had a little bit of the white still out that I just kind of saw there. I was like, oops. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of bring this down into here, trying to kind of go with how Bob worked his in. Okay. Now, I'm gonna kind of tuck you into there. I'm gonna move this color to the side. Alright, I'm pretty sure I can move the grays off to the side at this point. I probably could have put them up last week, but I wasn't completely convinced I was done with them yet. Alright, back to our brown here. So we need to put in our tree trunk. Little bit of water. Just helps the fibers come in together and gives my hand a bit more friction to be able to shape these guys. So I want a bit of a thinner tube of fluff, but not so thin that it's gonna vanish. I mean, it might vanish anyway, since we're working on a darker bit here. Alright, I might have pulled that a little too thin. We will see. We'll see how we do. Okay. So we're just working on stabbing in our tree trunk guy here. I'm not sure how far it did. Don't think he took him up all the way. I don't think he did. Alright, I'm gonna cut mine off about there. And get my ends worked in. So that's our main bit. He did another little guy, like kind of branching off of it here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get that in there. We'll try. And even if we don't see it on the end piece, we know we put it in there, so... that back to the side there. Alright. Time to change how we are sitting. Leggies are angry. Okay. So, we are gonna grab our highlighty colors here. Let me grab my brown again. Tuck that back in its bag. Throw that to the work bucket. Alright. I think I need the black either. I'm gonna tuck that to the work bucket too. So, where's my notes here? Okay, varsity green. I had like varsity green and lime. Let's see if we can brighten this guy up just a touch. Just a touchy touch. Alright. I'm gonna turn him sideways just for a minute. Now, it's okay if we have some open places in this lighter green because we want to see some of our dark green shining on through as we get our colors layered in here. And this will take a little bit of fussing until, you know, you're satisfied with how things are shaping up. Actually going to take that over our dark green just a little bit there. And so this is gonna require you to figure out the shape of your tree. Sorry, this needle looks like really bent backwards, and I keep looking, I'm like, why? I don't know why, but it's distracting me. Alright, I think that's a little bit thicker than I want to do this in. I want to do this in baby steps, just so I don't overdo. You know, it's possible to overdo. I just kind of want to slowly work my way with this shade of green. So there's nothing wrong with working slower to kind of build up your colors to get them placed where you want them placed. That's fine. Especially if you're trying to get some other colors shining through. If you go a little bit slower, then, you know, you can stop yourself potentially before going too far. In theory. Some of us just can't be stopped, but in theory is a nice thought of being able to stop before going too overboard. And I'm going to try to leave some breaks here and there between putting leaf colors in. So that we see little bits of the tree trunk here and there. Okay. It's gonna kind of work its way down the trunk a bit. And of course, working with smaller bits, it's going to take a little bit more time to build up your leaf presence. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. I said I'd rather start out smaller and slower. I do have a little bit of a larger gap here that I'm not feeling. So I'm gonna come back in here. Just kind of put some fluff and stuff on there. Hello, Acquire. Hope you are doing well. Happy New Year. Thank you. I hope you are doing well as well. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a good holiday. Whichever one it is that you happen to celebrate. We are working on our magnet today. Hope you have a good New Year's. We're not doing a whole lot today. As you can see, we're just kind of hanging out and working on a project. Seeing if we can, I don't know if we'll wrap this one up today. We might. We might. Kind of depends on how long it takes to get through the rest of this guy. But yeah, hope you're having a good one. It's a nice day, loving the new take on Bob Ross. Yeah, we've done other ones that were larger. Like 8x10 size. Those ones can take me, depending on how long the sessions are that we do those days. Anywhere from like 10 to 15 weeks per one when we do an 8x10. So it's not a fast project when we do the larger ones. I still am in the middle of editing some of the speed felts together from like March and April. I've got 3 I need to finish. I'm in the middle of one of those 3 though. I'm almost to the end of it. I got kind of sidetracked by cutting tissue paper for my large scale tissue paper project I'm going to be doing. I hope to be starting that soon-ish. We're going to have to record that one and put that one up on YouTube though, because where my streaming stuff is, I don't have enough room to really set up and work on that and stream at the same time. So I'm going to have to use a different camera in a different room and all that stuff. So lime green, that's the color I'm looking for. That one's going to be a YouTube project. But I've been doing the prep for that since Christmas Eve, so I'm still not done. I'm still not done cutting tissue paper. I'm going to be hearing the sound of my paper cutter in my friggin' dreams. I'm almost done one of the last 3 remaining packs for that, though. Almost. And then I've got 2 more packs to go. I was hoping to have started that project already, but nope. Nope, nope, nope. Did not realize how long it was going to take to cut this tissue paper. I'm turning this sideways so I can see what I'm doing. That's all that's happening here while I put this lighter green color on our tree. You've never seen felting done before. It's very neat. Yeah, there's different types of felting. There's wet felting, which I have not gotten into. I decided that water and computer equipment were not a good mix for the amount of water that you need to do the felting. If I had like a larger area where the camera was like here and then I could just have like something small off to the side to run it, it wasn't on the same table, then maybe, but that requires, I think, straight up roving. I don't think you can do wet felting with the acrylic yarn. That you're really gonna have to do the roving for, I believe. I've not looked that hard into the wet felting. But the dry needle felting, you know, hey, this is fun. Um, I don't have to worry about my paint drying on me too quickly or too slowly. It's semi-portable, providing you have enough room to travel with your supplies. I wouldn't do it outside on a windy day though. That might not work out so well. But as long as you have your fluff locked down, maybe. But I've never worked this small before. I will say that. And working small does come with its, well, I've never needle felted this small. Let me put it that way. It does come with its own set of challenges. Sorry, I'm just trimming off a piece of fluff there. I got a new shirt and the sleeves are a little long. I normally don't mind the longer sleeves, but when I'm trying to do something, they keep sliding down a little bit further than I really want them to be. But it does come with its own set of challenges working quite this small for me, especially when I'm all fumbly fingers. But you know, we're giving it a try. We're gonna see if this idea works out. I feel like it might. So we're just getting some highlights on our tree. I just have it turned sideways so I can see it a little bit better where I'm stabbing. So you've done a lot of cross stitch and some embroidery since COVID, but you haven't tried felting yet. It's not bad. Like I saw some videos on it and on YouTube. And that kind of got me hooked into wanting to try it. But I held off for like a year because sometimes I like the idea of doing the thing, and then when I get the stuff I like go gung-ho and then I'm like, I don't know if this is for me. So I sat on it for like a year and decided I still wanted to do it. Um so then I ended up getting a small like starter kit worth of supplies before I really dove too far into it to see if this was something I really did want to pursue further. And once I decided, yeah, this is something I want to do further, I was looking at my roving options and um I was seeing like bits of roving color that I could order from Amazon. But they came in like these little like embroidery floss bags. And it was just an assortment of colors. Like you didn't know what colors you were getting and you couldn't reorder a specific color if you ran out. That was it. What you got is what you got. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm not happy about that. And this amount that came in the little bags was so small. And I'm like, but I'm working like 8 by 10 pieces. This is not enough to even do like a half of the piece. So I had to reevaluate how I was going to do it. And I had seen people say that you could do it with acrylic yarn, so I started doing some more research into that. And it does involve a little more prep, but you can also get a heck of a lot more yarn for your money than you can roving, from what I was seeing for me personally. Um, and the color options were a lot better. And I was like, oh, we'll go with that. So it does require a little bit more prep to do the acrylic yarn, but I was okay with that because it meant that my budget could handle me doing this. So I've got 2 large storage containers filled with yarn that I pull from when I need to refill my Ziploc bags here, my storage bags. Now, I've been looking at a lot of embroidery videos and I'm like, that looks neat. And I've seen people do stuff that they post photos of on Instagram and on Blue Sky, and I'm like, that looks amazing. And some of them are just like one stitch. Like they didn't really do any fancy stitches. They just kind of did like one basic stitch. And I'm like, I could probably do that. That looks fun. But at the same time, also like super time consuming. I've done a little bit of cross stitch before, so I was more of the okay, the stamped pattern kit person, like trying to count and find all where the X's are supposed to go and start from the middle. Um, I was never any good at that, but you give me a stamped pattern, I'm good. But it was getting harder to find those. Um, I like latch hook rugs. Those are fun. I was actually toying with the idea. I had found a website where you can design your own latch hook rug. And I was like, hey, let's do this. And I was kind of like gearing up to do that. And then I don't remember what happened. Something happened. And I kind of let that fall to the wayside a little bit. So much easier, and you have one that you haven't opened yet, but you should probably do. Well, you know, if you get around to it, get around to it. I've been working on a paint by number for a couple of years now. I don't have a good place to work on it. So I just haven't really worked on it lately. I really need to finish that. I kind of got distracted by all of my other stuff that I've been working on. Alright, I'm just kind of dropping in our highlights on our tree here. So when we go to trim, right, when we get everybody done, we'll figure out how far we have to trim. And then these are the coffee stirrers that I got painted up. And I have to cut the angles on these still, but like the idea is that I'll be able to attach these on in here. I can get these to stay without too much trouble. That top edge might be a little, might have to trim a little extra off of that. We'll see. But I'll have a better idea of how we're sitting. But see, like, if we just kind of focus on that inner piece here, like, that's where the ideas kind of sit. And it kind of looks like a little picture. And then I painted the back of it. Because I figured, you know, that would be seen the most. This side doesn't really matter so much because everything's going to be glued on this side. I did paint our edges all the way around, and I did paint the edges on these guys. But I still have to trim these down and get the angles done and everything. I figured I can fail at that with you live. I still have to go get my tool out of my my one bag of tools because I forgot to bring it over from my supply drawer. But I'm like, ooh, embroidery, that looks fun. And I'm like, girl, how much are you working on right now? I'm like, but it looks like fun. I'm like, yeah, it looks like fun. And then I have to remind myself how frustrated I get when I'm trying to split my embroidery floss down. I'm like, are you sure about this? Let's get tired of one thing before we start to move on to another. But part of me also kind of wants to try stained glass too. Though I know that's going to be a lot more expensive and involve hot items for the soldering iron and everything. And I'm like, I don't know, you're a bit of a klutz. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should just admire that one from afar. That's one of the ones I'm sitting on, and I'm like, I like the idea of doing it, but I don't know if I'd actually be able to pull off doing it. I get nervous using a wood burner, so I'd probably be super nervous using the soldering iron. Knowing me. Stained glass would be so cool, but yeah, I don't know if you have the dexterity for that. Yeah, my fingers... My one hand just likes to randomly drop stuff. I was dropping stuff for the past couple of days while I was working. While I was painting, while I was doing something else, I'm just randomly dropping stuff. I'm like, why? Why, hands? I didn't tell you to do that. My hand's like, I don't know. I felt like it. And, oh, I forgot I was supposed to be holding. But, I had, like, popped a tendon or something in the back of my hand at one point when I was working at the craft store. 10/10, don't recommend. So, that still plagues me to this day. If I start doing stuff that's a little excessively repetitive, my hand and fingers will swell. Like the past week or so, from me cutting all of the tissue paper, my fingers, it's not too bad, but like I was waking up and I'm like, close the fist, close the fist. Like I really had to manipulate my hand a bit. I was like, I knew that was coming. Alright, let me stick that into its back. So yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. I like the idea of it, but... Alright, so now we need to get... I've got more colors here than I planned on. Why? That's a good question. Okay, we need to... I think I'm only going to do one of these shrubs on the base of the tree. Because like I said, working tiny, we don't have nearly enough room to try to squeeze everything in that we want to squeeze in. So we're going to have to make some slight modifications. And that's okay. What's Bob always telling us? He's always saying... Oh, we do have an ad break coming in like a minute. I promise you guys won't miss much if you're not subscribed. I'll try not to talk about anything too important. But Bob is always saying, make it ours. If we don't want something there, then don't put it there. So, alright. I just grabbed a little bit of like an olive green that I'm just gonna kind of try to work in over this bush. And we'll see how that kind of lays in. I might need to add a little bit more in there. It's like I think the smallest thing I've needle felted was maybe 4x4, 5x5. So this is definitely smaller. This is 3x3. Alright, that needs a little bit more fluff there. So hard to see it because it's so wispy. It's like I'm holding a tiny little colored cotton cloud. It's not cotton, it's acrylic yarn, but you get the idea. Okay. Alrighty. Just gonna work that guy in there as best as I can. I'm just gonna brush down the back. You don't have to do this part. This is just something that I do. I find it helps it lay a little bit flatter, but it's certainly by no means a requirement. Alright, let me tuck that back into... Oh, I still need that black. And the brown. I just remembered why I had that out. And the grays. Dang it. Okay. So of course, I just remembered why I had that. I'm just gonna clean up my mat a little bit here. While I'm waiting for the ad break to end. If you're watching this later on YouTube, you might not have had the ad break because I'm not monetized on YouTube. So if you do see an ad, that's on YouTube. Putting that in there, that's not my ad. We don't have enough subscribers yet on YouTube or the watch hours to get that going. I certainly have the upload schedule though. At least right now. Alright. So ad break is coming to an end. Alright. We are going to come back and pick up where we left off with Bob. And he does some kind of stonework. I remember that now. He's got like stones kind of hanging out in here. And that's why I had the black still out and I forgot. So I need to find my black and my grays. We might kind of do like how I do the grass where we mix everything together to kind of get like a more variegated look. Okay, so he's making thin paint. I don't know if anybody can read the subtitles, they're so tiny. So, he's kind of making it a gray. Well, actually right now he's kind of mixing black and thinning it down with a ton of paint thinner. Like an absolute ton of paint thinner. Okay, so he's gonna kind of do like some one stroke painting here a little bit. Oh, it's kind of like a brown. No, it's up like a black brown. So he's got dark on one side and light on the other. And he's kind of putting some rocks down in there. I just want to see how far... Is that it? Is that really? No. He's got to do more. Was that really it? Yeah, I thought he hang on. Oh, he's just throwing stuff up there now. Bob. Bob. That's gonna be mighty difficult, Bob. Alright. What you doing there, buddy? Why are you getting your small knife? Oh. Oh my. Okay, so we've got on all of them. Kind of. Okay. Yeah, he was definitely racing the clock there. Okay, I need you to... There. We'll hold that. Okay. So. Right. Okay. I need to dig through my pile of fluff here. It's misty gray. Go with elephant. It's dark, but not too dark. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. So I need... That is probably way too much. And this is just black. That's definitely too much. Alright. So. We are gonna grab the smallest amount. Oh, my stomach's growling. Oh, stomach! Look here, stomach. It is 12:30 in the afternoon, stomach. Do you have any idea when dinner is? It's not for like 4 more hours. You need to calm thyself. Alright. So, I don't know if this is gonna work the way I'm hoping it will. I had like a yogurt and a couple handfuls of Cheerios and some orange juice. I ate this morning. Not much, but I did eat. That might be a little too much. Alright. So I'm just gonna kind of like stretch. Not too much. I just kind of want to pull the fibers out a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna try to see if I can roll these together. This may or may not work. The way I'm hoping it will. But you all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you manage to eat something?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. I'm going to snip a small piece of that off. Little drop of water. This is an experiment for me, so we're figuring this out together. All right. All right. So we're gonna kind of pull something from my tissue paper project, and like I said, it's very difficult to work tiny. So I'm trying to kind of do a Bob Stone here. Wow, my stomach's growling. I don't think this microphone picks it up, thank goodness. Alright, and I'm just gonna try to tack that down. As best as I can. Oh, so the I know where it is, that's why I'm grabbing it. So the smallest thing we've done before this was this guy, right? And that wasn't so bad. Like he fits inside of it. So this is definitely smaller. But it wasn't too bad. This was all roving. That was one of the first pieces that we did on stream as I was trying to figure this all out. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough at you guys. Allergies have been a bitch this past year for me. Except for when we were not in the state. Every time we were out of this state, I was fine. And the husband started realizing that every time we leave the state, he feels much better too. Which is kind of not like distressing, but annoying because we can't leave this state anytime soon. We are stuck here for a while. Like, as in living, we are stuck here for a while. My mom does not want to leave the state because my dad's buried here, even though we told her that it's possible to bring her back here. After the fact, she's like, no, I won't leave your father. So, we're here for the foreseeable future. We have to get bills paid off and stuff anyway. Though I fell in love with a house in Virginia and I was like, oh, I love this house, but it's off the market now and I don't know if somebody bought it. Or if they just took it off the market. Doesn't matter though, because we couldn't have moved there anytime soon anyway, but I was so sad when it went off the market off realtor.com. I'm like, no, come back. And then I started looking at house prices in our area. Skyrocketing. Just why? Like, it makes no sense. I don't understand this. I'm like, are y'all smoking something? Sucks, the housing market's insane right now. Yeah, like, his mom bought this house for well below what market is saying it could be sold for now, and I'm like, are you sure though? Are you sure? Because the house is pretty old and it's got some issues. So I don't really think it's gonna sell for what you think it's gonna sell for. But if we can at least get double what she paid for, then she's okay with us moving. Like, husband's name is on the house too. So she doesn't care if we want to sell this place and move. She goes, as long as there's a bedroom for me wherever you want to go, then whatever, because she's going to be done traveling with her sister at some point. And like, the housing prices in our budget range, there's been a few. I mean, some have needed a little bit of drywall work or like a new floor put down, like not subfloor, but like pretty top floor. That's probably stuff that we can handle. Painting we can handle. He thinks he can handle patching. some drywall or doing a little bit of a drywall fix. Like that's fine. Like the house that I fell in love with, it was a two-story, but it had this lovely porch, upstairs porch that would kind of extended out over the front porch, like off of one of the bedrooms. And I was like, oh, that would be perfect to screen in and just go out there and sit at night. And like, I just completely fell in love with it. It was like at the top tier of our budget though. So maybe it's better that way that that it went away. But it was definitely an older house and it probably needed some work to it, but trying to find a place that you can go where you're not going to get out taxed around is kind of difficult. Like we can't go back to New Jersey, which is where I'd prefer to be because I know how to get around um parts of South Jersey, so I'd be more comfortable there. Like I could get around on my own with the bus system and things because I don't drive. Um like I could navigate that, but we can't afford the property taxes. Like the property taxes are insane. Like we pay property plus personal tax here. Um so like we have to pay taxes every year on like his car, his mom's car. Um we had picked up a trailer for something that he was doing at one point. Like we have to pay taxes on like the big stuff every year. Um so that factors in with our property tax. And I think that Virginia kind of worked the same way. But our property tax was under $500. Actually, I think it was under $400 last spring when we had our assessment done. So that's doable for us. Um we can put that together over the course of the year, no problem. What's not doable is like 1,000 plus, and it's like, okay. But like so many of the houses now, even like the ones that they're putting up in our area, like the farmers are selling off farmland. These companies are acquiring it and they're putting up subdivisions left, right, and center as fast as you can blink some days. And they all look the same. Like every single house looks identical. And I'm like, why? That's dumb. Who wants to live in a house that looks identical to your neighbor? No wonder everybody's mail's not getting delivered to the right people. I'm just like, why? This is stupid. Like, I love looking at these older houses that are for sale that have like these beautiful archway entry, like coming into the house. And I know people say that like the bay, is it called bay front window, bow front window, the like the half angled window where it's angle on each side and then it's like a flat in the middle, kind of like a half of a hexagon or whatever. I love those windows, like, or like the circular windows, like in the Victorian, like the little tower thingy that would be on like the one end of the porch. I love the look of that. I would just love to put like a swivel chair there and some windows, just sit outside and watch the snow, or put the Christmas tree right there and have it as like a little like reading nook or whatever. Like I love houses that have like some kind of like just something different. Like the one house that I was saw on realtor.com had these beautiful, like, arched doorways coming in and out of different rooms. I'm like, oh, that looks so fantastic. I love that. It's different. It's not just the basic square ass cookie cutter square rectangles, and it was definitely different. But so many of the houses now, it's like, okay, you're asking how much for this, and it looks identical to the neighbors. Like, why should I pay this much? I'm like, no. What's not gonna happen is that. Like, I love my brother. My brother had two houses. He bought one. They're both in Florida. He bought one, and it was directly on a canal. He had his own boat dock and pool and hot tub. The pool was okay. It took up the entirety of the backyard, though. There really wasn't a backyard. It seemed like a lot of maintenance, and the house inside just felt so cold and empty and huge. And I'm just like, eh. But he was trying to sell that one, and those are mixed together. Those can't go back into a bag. And didn't really care for it. I mean, I wasn't gonna buy it. Certainly not what he was asking for. But I thought he was being a little um what's the word that I want to use here? Ambitious? Enthusiastic? Overly enthusiastic about how much he could get for that place being right on the canal. There were some houses in the area within the few streets of him that were selling for about that much or more. Um, but he almost had it sold right before Hurricane Helene came in. And Hurricane Helene decided he wasn't selling the house. Not right then. And put 3 feet of water inside the house that came up over the canal. Excuse me, over his pool. Filled the pool with sludge and sediment. So now he has to have all the drywall ripped out. The floors are destroyed. He has to replace all of the floors. Um all the electrical has to be redone in the house. All of it. And a lot of that shit he did himself when he bought the place. And the insurance was like, we're not giving you the money to do this. We'll talk to some contractors. You pick the one that you want to do it, and we're gonna give them the money to do the repairs. He wasn't real happy about that either, because the house was taking so long to sell, and he couldn't afford to deal with it anymore. That he was about to tell the realtor, just forget it and just let the bank repo it. I'm like, that house is awfully expensive to have it repoed. But he had bought a different house, I guess, as part of an estate sale. And that house I love. It's small. I think it's a 3 bedroom. It's got a garage. It has a lovely enclosed back porch. He ripped out all of the grass, and I actually love that he ripped out all the grass and put landscaping, like crushed stone down, because, who wants to be dealing with mowing a lawn in the Florida heat? And like, I really love that house, but at the same time, I was like, who's he leaving that house to? But at the same time, like, I don't know if I'd want to live in Florida with the hurricanes because they had a hurricane. Because Helena did a number in the town that his current house was in, not the one that he was trying to sell. I don't think he got any damage on that house though. But it's hard to get homeowners insurance down there now. And I would just be terrified of the house getting destroyed because, don't really have the money to just up and go somewhere else at that point. So while I'm not a huge fan of winter, we figured we could afford some of the places in Virginia and a couple of the cities that we were looking at least on paper. We still want to go there and check out the area in person before we make any final decisions, but it's going to be a couple years before that happens. So yeah, I don't know what he ever decided to do with that house. I don't know if he's actually getting the contractors to do the work or not. I don't know what happened with that. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's been in and out of the hospital since we've been back home. Because that happened end of September, beginning of October when we were on vacation, sort of down there, half in between. Like, we dropped my mom off with my brother and her one sister. And we're like, okay, we're going to the Keys. We'll see you later. We want to get down there before the storm comes through. Because the Keys didn't get a direct hit. So we're like, we're fine. They're not issuing evacuation orders. We're going. And so all that happened while we were kind of down there dealing with other things. I usually sign in this corner, but I've got a lot going on in that corner. Oh, I didn't do the water line. Right. Right. Oh, wait. Can I use this? Was this contaminated? No. Okay. So let's see. I don't even know if I can make this work here. I know I left out some of the stones, but I'm okay with that. I don't have to put every single element in there. It's pretty cold here in the Pacific Northwest. Virginia's very pretty. Yeah, like it's kind of, I grew up in South Jersey. So, I mean, it's not that far from where I grew up. And we'd be back within a day's drive of the beach at the places that we were considering. Like, I'm not a big go to the beach person and just spend the entire day just sitting there. But I do miss being near the ocean and being within a drive of spending time down there or going to a boardwalk. I mean, I grew up right outside Atlantic City, New Jersey. So we lived on a back bay for a while, and like I didn't care for the flooding when we had nor'easters and high tide and stuff, but like we never, where we were at, we didn't have like any damage from flooding, but it would create its own havoc with roads closing for a couple of hours and stuff and trying to figure out alternate routes to get around. She knew it was bad when the alternate route flooded, and it's like, oh shit. Like, we need to find somewhere to go hang out for a while because we gotta wait for the tide to go down. It didn't usually happen often, but sometimes our alternate route would flood. So we were technically on a bit of a barrier island. kind of, sort of. Alright, I don't know if I can sign the front of this because it's so small, but I am going to sign the back of it. So let me get my pens. Oof. I can't stand up here. Now, where are...
But I'll see the back of it.
Yeah, I'm going to do the back.
Marker.
My... There's my pens and there's my tools. Okay. Get both of those while I'm up here. Okay. All of the bags. Okay. Shove all that over there. Scissors. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bang the microphone. Alright. I'm pretty I got that while we were away. This is kind of chunky, but I like the bag itself. Alright, let me pull out my pens. Alright, those ones aren't waterproof though. And I didn't realize they weren't waterproof until I got them. I think they're water resistant, but they are not waterproof, so I can't use them under watercolor. I have to use them over top. What size are you? You'll work. Okay, so I'm gonna sign both 2 places. Oh, these guys can come off now. So. So this is what I'm signing when I'm painting, when it's hard to see. I'm trying to make a flamingo foot. Okay. Kind of just ends up looking more like a tulip, but trying to make a flamingo footprint there. Okay. So it used to be a paw print, and then I kind of morphed it into a little flamingo footy. Alright, I'm going to attempt. There we go. Sometimes it gets jammed in there. One time I could not get it out. I had to grab a pair of pliers and pull. I didn't know my own strength when I shoved it in there. Okay. Do I want to use these scissors? Not really. Those scissors have been a bit of a problem lately. Let's see here. Let's see if you'll behave. Alright, I'm going to start with cutting off the outer line just to see where I'm at. Now the outer line should be to the size of the square. Should be. I gave myself a bit of a buffer because I know me, and I've gotten to know me very well doing these things, where sometimes the size is not the same as when I started as when I end. So I was trying to give myself a little extra room to work with here. Alright. So Okay. All right. I think we can trim off. This is actually super scary for me. Trimming my extra buffer layer. Super scary. Have to go pretty slow so I don't mess this up. Okay, one last side. Okay. It's doubly nerve-wracking because this is the prototype, right? This is the first one. So I'm like chanting in my head, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up. Okay. So now I have to figure out how I want to do this because there's one of two ways we could do this. I was originally thinking, oh yeah, we'll put it here, but it's a little thick, right? My measurements were a little off. So, of course they were. So I don't know. If we I take you up, right? So of course nothing's ever the right size when I do it. So if we if we like we can either attach these to the wood and then lay this guy in the middle, which is going to involve some very precision cutting. Or like it's pretty thick, right? So we can try to trim down the back. I know it's not completely cut straight. So this is what prototypes involve. Troubleshooting and problem solving. I mean, I can double up the back, the frame if I need to. And I had that thought last night. I was like, oh, you know what? This is going to be pretty thick. So I might have to double up the possibly triple up the frame. And that's fine if I have to do it. These things were fairly inexpensive. Oh, goodness. I was wondering if I was going to get any today. I didn't get any yesterday. I felt left out. Post a link on where to buy viewers from. Yes, please, let's block and ban that. Thank you so much, Boombot. Because I ain't got time for that. We're gonna do it the legit way. Don't need to be padding numbers and faking shit, because when the money runs out to pay for that, you're right back where you started. And then it's all for nothing. So what's the point? Never understood the false inflation of that, or paying to get around the system. But then again, maybe that's why I'm still a small streamer. Alright. Just kind of trimming up the back a little bit. Okay. So how many of these would I need to attach? Or would it be better to like do like a shadow box? You know, a shadow box might work better. Shadow box might work better. Okay. I need a something. I need a something. I don't want to use one of the microns for this. Alright, let's use the Sharpie. I do think that I am going to need the glue gun, though. So. Let's move that. I don't need to get glue on that. Thank you much. So this is something that I'm not good at measuring. That needs to be straight, though. That one's kind of straight. That one is not straight. Okay, let's see. Will you cut with a popsicle stick, or do I need, or a pair of scissors, do I need to get the X-Acto knife? You kind of cut. There we go. Okay. Alright. This piece is probably going to go flying. Where'd it go? That's not it. Okay. The direction it went flying in is fine. Okay, that's pretty good. So if I can get that one. Right? So I need to get another one of these. Couldn't find my marker. Okay. So I used the shitty scissors for that. It wasn't that bad to cut. I'm just being like super careful. Alright, I've got another little piece that's gonna go flying. I probably should be doing this inside a Ziploc bag. Just to keep it from going off wherever. Okay. Are you two somewhat the same shape? Pretty close. You're off ever so slightly. Okay. So, I wasn't planning on using the glue gun today, but I see that we're gonna need to. Do I have any more glue sticks here? Alright, I've got a few. I'm not gonna need this many, but I've got a few. I am going to need... I'm gonna need more of these guys. So... where did I... Ah, damn. Okay. So while the glue gun's heating up, I'm gonna be 1 minute while I try to dig this out. My storage area here. My leaning tower of storage. Please be the top one. One, two. Got like a bag of 150 of these things, so. Alright, I'm gonna leave that unburied in case I need some more. Ow. Fingers. Okay. Alright. So, while I am waiting... on the glue gun to heat up. Did not think I was going to be painting anymore today, so now I'm kind of paranoid because I've got a new shirt on. Okay. So fortunately, these things don't take very long to dry. Unfortunately, I don't have these ones gessoed, so I don't know how many coats this is going to take. But I don't really know that I'm going to need to gesso these ones. They don't really seem all that terribly thirsty here. See, this is what happens when we are doing a new idea on the fly and we didn't test it first before streaming it. I was kind of concerned the thickness would be an issue in one way or another. Alright, if these start to take a little too long to dry, I do have a heat tool. Although I'd be a little concerned about setting them on fire. I don't want to do that. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. We'll just have to be a little patient. Alright, so this is part of my new paints that we replaced the old paints with. So this is, I switched brands because the brand I was using isn't around anymore. I believe Hobby Lobby bought them out. And they are now manufacturing a house label for Hobby Lobby. So I decided to switch to Americana from Deco Art. It kind of feels the same as the other one. Doesn't really feel all that much different. But I've only used it to do this, so. Although I will say, this feels more milk chocolate than dark chocolate. This color is called dark chocolate. I don't really see how it's dark chocolate, but okay. That's what they want to try to say it is, I suppose. This is just a lid off of a shoebox from Dollar Tree that I am painting on top of. I didn't need the lids for the boxes, but I took them anyway because I didn't want the store to be like, you didn't get the lids, and then I wasn't sure if I was actually going to need the lids after all. So I brought the lids home just in case. And I've been using it as a... I can get paint on this table for this project. I'm pretty sure the glue gun is almost hot enough, but I want to get these drying. before we get too far, so that way we can be doing something else while these are doing their thing. I know I've got one more. I just need to get a little bit more paint in the lid. I didn't want to pull out a palette for this. Wow. Paint that's not stringy. It's amazing. My paint was so old that I was using that it was starting to solidify in the bottles and entered a stringy state. Which, you know, it was still sort of usable, but it was getting a little frustrating to use because it was like the supplies were fighting me. So that makes it a little difficult. Alrighty. Alright, it's not too bad. I do want to make sure that my edges are relatively clean here. I don't care about the tip edge on that because we're not going to use that part. Okay, why do you look funny? Are you just that thirsty? Oh, there you go. Poked myself in the face with a paintbrush. Good job. Always an adventure. Okay. That's probably good enough with that. Hey, look, we still have water from when we were doing the needle felt itself. See, that's scrap felt now. Do I have this on high or low? Oh, I had it on low. Oh, no, actually, it was on high. All right, let's stick you back up there. Put you over there. You guys are gonna kind of hang out there to dry. So, if we do the sides first. All right, I don't know. I'm gonna move you over there, right? Oh, wow. Okay. We definitely need that on hot. And because that was cooling the second it hit. So that's not gonna help me. So glue gun needs another minute. It was probably barely warm. Okay. You know what? Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. Like, it was smoking. I guess smoking's not the right word. Steaming? It wasn't dripping, though. So I could have probably tried to do this with, what's this coming right off? Huh. I refuse to use the super glue for this. I might have to, but let's see. Let's see if my friend here is a little more willing to help me. It might work a little bit better. There was a gap from the glue that I wasn't super fond of there. And I've burnt myself so many times with the glue gun. Not terribly badly, but enough that I'm nervous using it. If this don't work, then we'll have to go to the super glue. But I would much rather do the tacky glue if we can. Hot glue gun has burned you one too many times too? Yeah. Like, I don't trust it. And I wasn't happy about that gap in there. And then it just popped right off. So I was like, well, if it's just gonna pop off, like, that's not gonna help me. Like, that's not gonna help me at all. But maybe we can get something like that to work. Maybe like the bead of the hot glue can help hold it in place while the tacky's drying. I just really didn't want to have to use the super glue for this part because I don't have that much of it. And I was not happy with the large bead that had stayed there on the hot glue. I don't know if it just wasn't quite hot enough yet, but there was a gap I could see through. And I wasn't sure if I could like paint the back of it. I am going to rinse the tacky glue out of that brush because it's been sitting in there long enough. Like, tacky glue doesn't set up as fast as super glue, but it's up fast enough, so. There. Come on now. Sorry, I suddenly wasn't sure if I was in frame there. I'm hoping I have this cut right. Like, I know I'm gonna have a little bit of a gap where the corners are rounded. Like, that much I know. But no, you need to cooperate. This side, man. This side ain't having it. I can feel the heat coming off of the nozzle. So I got a little gun shy. So it wasn't exactly how I had planned on doing this, but I'm certainly not giving up because one way seemed like it wasn't gonna quite do what I wanted to. Well, it'll definitely look homemade by the time we're done. That's for sure. So I might have Okay, so definitely not might. We will. Dang. Have a slight gap there. Okay, well this was the prototype, so now I know that doing it this way, I do need to come out to the edge. That's fine. This one's a learning experience. Right? So the whole point of this was to learn what we needed to do here. What is dangling from me? Something was. I don't know if it was a glue string or what. I saw like a shadow of a dust bunny. Okay. So I'm gonna cut to the outer mark on that one. All right, incoming. Went that way. Okay. So I have a slight gap. I mean, I guess I could have just like put it up on there. Instead of encapsulated the side, but why does that seem higher? I do want to see something real quick. You're already blown away by, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be quite as perfect as I was envisioning it. I do want to see something real quick though. I put a bead of, okay, that can kind of get painted. Okay. Because I might put some hot glue on these corners just to reinforce it. But I wanted to make sure that I could paint it. Because I can never measure or cut anything straight, so I don't have any wood putty. And I don't have any air dry clay. That I could use to like fill in the gap. I mean, next time I could try putting it on the top edge instead of on the side. I don't know if that would really work any better. It might solve the gap issue, but I can solve the gap issue another way. All right. Oh, well, that might be a different size. Okay. Nope, nope. I need you to not move around on me. Thank you much. Okay. I don't want it to glue to the desk. I don't think it will. So, it's just gonna take a minute for the glues to set up. My glue spiders here, put them over there. Yes, that's definitely still a little toasty. So like this corner here. I can get it to not do that. Worst case scenario, I might be able to sand that a little bit. Scissors don't wanna. Oh wait, is it just gonna, it's just, oh. Man, I don't know what is with this hot glue that I bought. It says it's hot and cold temp. But even when I was doing my Christmas decorations and refreshing the wreaths for outside, it did not seem to be sticking very well. Like, as soon as it was cold, it was just popping right off. I had to do a couple of emergency repairs to some wreaths I had hanging up, so I had to, like, let the glue gun get hot and then disconnect it and run it outside. It's like, what is going on with this thing? And I had it on, like, hot temp, so I don't know what exactly issue was. I put that mark on the wrong side, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's okay. We're gonna retouch it up with a little bit of paint on the edges. Anyhow. Okay. Oh good, that one didn't go flying. Okay. So, there it is. Alright, like I don't know what's gonna make contact here, so I'm just kind of popping this on the whole length of it. Maybe the next one I'll try gluing it on the inside, but if I take the piece to the full edge, I think that'll solve that slight gap issue. You okay?
Yep.
Alright, I know I've sacrificed these brushes to the glue gods, but I need them for the upcoming glue palooza project. Okay, so we've kind of got a box here. Kind of. Alright, I'm just gonna kind of hold it in place for a minute. We're gonna try to hold it in place for a minute. Okay. Whoa, whoa. Careful there. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of give that a chance to set up there. We're gonna wait a second before we try to do that. Let's not try to get too ambitious here. We've got time. Alrighty. Like, I knew we were close to finishing last week, but I didn't have enough time to work on the frame last week, so. Okay. Alright, that one's a little off center. Whoa, what is happening? I'm glad I caught that. That would have been painful. Okay, so this is already becoming a beast of its own here. I was not quite expecting to have to go this far. I thought, oh, you know, I'll just lay the things on top and we'll be good. So maybe next time I will take it straight to the edge. I was originally trying to hide the felt because you can see the colored, so if I had popped this guy in here all the way to the edge and just laid that on top, you would have seen the thickness, right? So maybe we can just like paint that next time. I was afraid it would like spread out though. So let's see here. I'm like barely in camera. Okay. So these shouldn't be, I mean, they'll be noticeable from the back, right? But I'm thinking that once we get the front fully finished, probably won't be quite so bad. There's going to be a little bit of an overhang once we get the other pieces on. So I'm not too worried about some stuff showing through on this side. But there might be a little bit of a gap. So that's kind of why I'm just popping a little bit of this on here. Right? Prototypes. Trial and error. You guys just get to be along for the ride on this one. And we'll see if we'll be continuing this series depending on how this looks when I get it all popped together here. Okay, that's just gonna take a minute. Okay. So let me close that. That was my Kindle telling me about something. Okay. All right, so that's drying. Question is, do I need to pop this in first? Okay. Come on. Thank you. I can't be Pushing that down in the middle there. Really? Look, Sharpie. You and I are gonna have words here in a second. Okay, so this is the scary part. For me. One of the scary parts. Okay, are you two roughly the same length? Like if I can line the lines up. Okay, you two are roughly. Okay. So on this guy. I cannot see what I am doing. My hand shadow was getting in the way. Alright. Don't know if this is gonna work. I might have to get 4 more of these guys out and repaint them again. Like I said, this is all prototypey stuff. Probably should have tried this off stream first, but hey, I need you to not do that. How do I... It'd be so much simpler to just do them straight. Especially when this thing wants to keep moving on me. I'm not sure if I've got this lined up right. Or do I need to be? Maybe I should try this on a scrap piece first. I was trying to be all fancy-pantsy here. We'll see. The idea's there. I just don't know if I can personally execute it. I mean, it kind of worked. Kind of. It's a little askew, though. So I didn't get it quite cut straight. So that could be a slight problem. Since I don't have any putty. Is this rubbing off? I mean, if I scrape it, it's gonna come off. So... So the idea is there. However, how the heck... am I gonna make that happen without burning the fuck out of myself? Are these all the same length? They should be, technically. So here's a question. Do I want to try to do the corner edge, or do I want to just save myself the trouble? Because I have a feeling it's going to be super gigantically messy. Especially if I don't get the cut precisely straight. And I don't have like a miter box or anything to hold the angle. So that means if I put you there, and you here, that you guys technically if I don't want to end up overlapping you, need to be a little bit shorter. Okay. This is super scary. For me. Alright, I wanted the inner line. I got confused. I was like, oh shit. Which one did I want again? Alright. Nip. Nip. Are you still too short? Serious? Or too long? You're like just... We'll make it work somehow. So do I need to put you in first, maybe? That might be a wiser idea. Okay. I've done hot glue with these before. And I was noticing a trend where if I turned the piece ever so slightly on the dowel that I had used to that I hot glued to the thing to make its hanger, it peeled off on me. Not something you want to see. Especially when you're doing art giveaways with them, so I was like, oh fuck, what is this? What is happening? Alright, I'm just gonna use this guy to spread this out. I mean, I guess technically I could use one of my sticks, but I'm just kind of more used to using the brush. This might give us a little bit more of an even spread, though. It somehow, in the long run, might be less messy. Okay. So we'll get this guy. All spread out in here. So this is our tacky glue. Our tried and trusted tacky glue. Want to get that out of the brush as much as possible. Right, I still have that glue gun on. Okay. So we're gonna pop that guy down into our little shadow box. I'm gonna try to get them as even as I can. There's probably gonna be a little bit of a gap on the side, but again, not unexpected. I'm just trying to stretch him across as far as possible. Just to try to fill in as much of the gappage as we can here, and this will also make sure that we are good and seated in there. Okay, that's probably as good as I'm gonna get it. Probably. Alright, where's my short sides? And where's my long sides? Okay. I think we'll do one long side first. Okay. Now, since the other brush is still kind of wet, going to do this carefully. Even in frame. Yeah, kinda. I will worry about cleaning up whatever might spill over the edge after I get this guy attached. Alright, let me rinse that. That glue is starting to get its skin on it. So I'm gonna have to put some fresh out for the next one. I'm just drying that on the scrap fuzz felt that we cut off. Is there someone outside? I'm hearing a lot of banging at something. Your Amazon delivery's here. Amazon delivery? Alright, I will say, it looks like it's gonna pour today. It's not supposed to, it's just cloudy. Wait, are you the short one or are you the long one? You're a short one. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. You need to... Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of hold that in place for a minute. I could use my binder clips, but I don't think they're big enough. I don't have that many big ones. Oh, well. Okay, if we're gonna do that, we kind of have to use more than I anticipated. So, that's fine. Okay, you hold that. Alright, I need a short guy. Okay, so I can, in theory, you're a little long, but that might be okay. Alright. So, let me get some fresh glue out. I'm not going to do the angle cut. I'm going to mess it up. So, let me just put that away and get that out of my work surface area. Like, if I was working with paper, it might work a little bit better, because I'm less likely to mess the cut up. But on this one, gosh, I've got junk everywhere. This work area is an unbelievable mess. Still trying to get the glue to come down. Okay, that's probably more than enough. Now, at least. Alright. So we'll work on getting this edge all glued up. Okay, let me rinse that since it might take a minute to get this in position here. Move you guys over here because I'm afraid I'm gonna like just smash my hand into the glue gun, and I don't want that. All right, so just thought I put my hand into more glue. I did not, but I thought I did. Oh yes, these binder clips are definitely coming in handy. Hopefully I don't glue them to the thing. That would be embarrassing. Oh, come on. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. Nope, you don't want to stay in your position here. I'm gonna have a little bit of a not clean edge there. Oh well. I guess it doesn't have to be 100% perfect. Some people like stuff that's handmade that has some imperfections in it. I've been told that the imperfections are what give it that handmade charm. Unless people were just being nice, I don't know. But, let's see. Oh, I need more clips there. So I had gotten these clips originally to hang my bags of fluff up. So I've got like a clothesline system running across part of my wall. And I use these clips to clip the bag to the string to keep them out of the way, but within using reach. Okay, so I might have to do one more touch-up pass with the paint. So I haven't put that away yet. We will see. Now, I do have super glue. Don't get me wrong. I do have some. I just didn't want to use it for these sections that I was going to be getting my fingers in to try to hold it in position. With me being such a klutz, I decided that's not wise. So, working with my klutziness, shall we say, I've learned what I can get away with and what I can't get away with. And what little bit of the super glue I am going to use here, we're going to be very careful with it. And it will be holding the magnets on the back of this thing, which I also have to grab. I forgot to grab those out of the drawer. It's scrap felt that we're not doing anything with. I might as well use it to dry off my brush. Okay, long side. Alright. I can get this position. Fingers. Fingers meet binder clip. Binder clip. You worked so good on the other two. You're just gonna forsaken me now? Well, no, that's not at all what I needed you to do, and now you've got glue on your clip, so... Oh, although on this one, it did not hold it where it was supposed to. Maybe that's what the problem was with that edge. You know what? It's okay. I have to learn that it's okay if things aren't 100% perfect. I have to learn this. And my brain is like, no. No, you are just not having it, sir. If we could, like, get on the same page here. You're just... Gonna need more glue on you? Oh, you're not really attached at all. Ooh, the only thing holding you together, I think, is the hot glue. Well then, in that case... So, that didn't quite do what I wanted it to. So of course it didn't. So now I'm going to burn my fingers attempting to fix it. Because why should it do what I wanted it to do? If I had left it alone, maybe. But at this point, this is 100% an experimental piece. Are you even attempting to stick to what I wanted you to stick to here? You feel squishy, so I'm concerned. I have concerns that you're not doing what I'm trying to get you to do. Just slightly concerned. So how about I just kind of run an extra little bit of this, because it kind of looks like you shifted, and that's why the clip didn't want to grip properly. Here I was like, oh, we're going to be done again early today. Nope, no, we're not. No, we're not. We might even end up going a little bit over. At this rate, it's definitely possible. Okay. Let me start getting the other side glued in here. So I'm going to have to do another quick paint touch up. Now I did not seal these, obviously. I don't know if I'm gonna. I probably should, since they're like gonna be fridge magnets. But I don't know if the gloss, like I'm not gonna seal this. I was just gonna seal the wood, but I don't know if I'm gonna. Like it might look weird because gloss was something that looks rustic, because all I have is gloss right now. I do have some matte Mod Podge, but steam from cooking in the kitchen and stuff might fuck with it, so maybe I'll just leave it be. Right? Because I'm making even more of a gigantic mess here. No. You little stinker. Okay. It's okay. We're... Ha ha ha. Really? Alright. Well, if that's how you're gonna be. Nope, 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 nope. Well, it certainly turned out messier than I was expecting. No, I need you to balance on the edge here, sir. If you would be so kind. That would sure help me out bunches. Alright, I'm just gonna have to hold this because now my binder clip method is being pissy. And it's like forcing it downward, which is not what I wanted it to do. Okay. They are. They are super rebelling. See, like, that side held. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I do have a slight gap there, though. That's gonna bug the crap out of me. Alright, so I'm just gonna take a little bit of the tacky glue. I'm just gonna kind of run the back seam here. Just to give it a little bit more. And of course we're using tacky glue, so if we get it on our hands, we're okay. Just to try to give it a little bit more stabilization here. And then I'm just gonna hit these seams one last time with a little touch up of some paint. And this edge that got a little beat up trying to attach it. I mean, so like the idea is there, right? So it kind of worked. Didn't quite work how I first envisioned it, but that's okay. That's why you have to attempt it and work it out and figure out, okay, well, if this didn't work out how I planned, what else can I do to try to make this work? Because it wasn't impossible. I just had to, like, a lot of times I'm a learner by doer. Like, you can explain something to me till you're blue in the face, and I'm just gonna be like, uh-huh. And it's probably not gonna click fully. Right. So the corners aren't fantastic, and I can't leave that sit there too long because it's gonna glue itself to the desk. But it's not bad. I think the shadow box worked out a little better, almost. And you can't even really see, like, you can see a little bit of the gap on the edge, but I think that's fine. And that's really only if you're looking super hard, right? Okay. So let me move that to the back. I've got all kinds of ick on the desk here. Alright. You guys need to go back in your little container. Let me unplug the glue gun. Oh wait, did we want to try to fill that gap? It might seep in. No, we're gonna leave that be. Alright, let me unplug that before I forget that it's on. And knock it over with the side of my hand, and being right-handed and that sitting to my right. That would not make for a happy person. So. Alright, I'm gonna use one of these glue brushes, I think, for this. Just because I need something smaller. And since I managed to get... Sorry, I've got glue all over my fingers now. I'm trying to rub off. Glue skin. But, let's, yeah, like, I've burnt myself on toaster ovens. Russell's like, how did you burn yourself? Sorry, loud truck. Russell's like, how did you burn yourself on the toaster oven? I'm like, I don't know. I opened it. My fingers accidentally touched the glass on the outside of it. I don't know what to tell you. I had an oven mitt. That's the stupid part. But I've also gotten burned cooking dinner because something splashed, and I was like, damn it. Okay, this corner is going to be a little tough because the glue is still a little wet there. But that's okay. Move you over here. It's all good. So it took 4 more sticks than I was originally thinking I could get it. See, this corner is a little fucked up, but that's because I measured or cut that wrong, but that's okay. That's all right. This was the prototype. We're going to learn from it. We're going to try to learn from it. I mean, I got the project cut fairly straight for me. So that was a banner moment. If nothing else was. We got that cut and size so it wasn't too terribly crooked in there. I think actually having that buffer room on the edge worked out, so maybe I won't take it all the way to the edge. Maybe I'll just, you know, come over the line a little bit. As long as I stay within that outer line, we'll probably be just fine. So this is just helping me clean up the edges here. And then I just want to add some little touch-ups in here. I'm okay with it being a little bit darker in spots on the back. I feel like that kind of makes it look a little bit older than it necessarily is. Okay. Everything's wet. I don't know where to touch. Okay. I just put my fingers in wet paint. Good, good. Alright. So yeah, this one got a little crazy on the front here. But you know what? It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, with the amount of tissue paper I still have to cut. I still have 2 packs of 96 sheets that are about maybe the size of a half sheet of poster board. Roughly. So it's probably gonna take me a couple more days to get that all cut. So I probably won't be able to post any videos of work on that until maybe the beginning of February, because I'm gonna have to edit them together. Okay, so that's touched up. Yeah. So, I still have, this is one of the large packs. Oh geez, we're super zoomed in. So this is a gallon size freezer bag. I still have 20 to 30 sheets left to cut off of this color. It's really all up in there because I'm so zoomed in, but and I still have 2 more packs of that to go. Different shades, but it's my watercolor, so I've got a lot of it. Couldn't figure out, like, we picked up the 1 box and I had completely forgotten that the tissue paper order was part of my Christmas present. So I wasn't like in a rush to open the 1 box because I thought it was just more paint. And Russell was struggling picking it up, and he's like, man, this paint's really heavy. And I'm like, well, I'll pick it up. I picked it up earlier, not thinking it was paint, and completely forgot that we had a 3-pack of Tacky Glue, the same size bottle I've been using, and all of the paper. I've got all the other sheets cut except for these last 3, and the Ziploc bags of paper are like spilling out of the box. And it's actually fairly heavy. I was surprised. I was like, oh, okay, that was all paper. I have to wait for the paint to dry before I can put the magnet on the back. I think I said I was doing 2 magnets. I'm doing one at the top and one at the bottom. Let me kind of put some things away here. So I'm waiting for that paint to dry. Let me grab my marker. So let's take a look while we're waiting at what we have in store for us next week. So before the snowfall, forgot about the YouTube ads. All right. What does this one look like? Oh. Oh, we have a house. Can I get a better look at this, Bob? Like before the credits are on it? It's so hard. Nope. You have to be so fast. Ah, you stuck the end card link in there. Damn it. Alright, we'll have to do with this view. So, well, I have the tissue paper is going on a 36 by 48 canvas. So, the videos for that will start going up probably in February because I haven't had the chance to even put the sketch out on it yet. So, I'm doing something close to this. It might not be like an exact copy, but it's gonna be something similar. This is just like a real rough throw together. Trying to figure out how I wanted to do it. Because now I have to scale it up to fit on that canvas. So that's gonna be a tough one. So we've got some like moody skies here. No. No, I don't want to be on 3. No. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? So this one's gonna be... Well, the sky might not be so bad. Oh, the little tiny trees, though. That's gonna be a challenge. Right. So that will be quite the challenge. So this guy, he's pretty dry. All right, let me get my magnets here. Oof. If I can get up. Let's see. Where did I... I cleaned, right? I'm my own worst enemy when I am cleaning and reorganizing. I had them. I remember having them. Because I distinctly remember the husband saying, "Oh, I forgot you got these." He was like, what are these? This is done. That's not it. Really? How did I lose magnets? I could have swore they were right in the front of the drawer. Nobody goes in that drawer but me. Unless they were in the drawer below it. Where'd they go? Oh, wait. Here they are. I put them in a different drawer. That's why I couldn't find them. I got them. My brain strikes again. Oh, I'll put them here. It'll be fine. They're with the other magnets. Oh my god, the text on this is so tiny. Protect work area from spills. Clean and dry surface. Apply a small amount to one surface. Excess glue can cause delayed or failed bond. Only 1 drop per square inch is recommended. Press 2 surfaces together. Note that gaps and uneven surfaces may cause delayed bonding. Okay. Okay, it doesn't look like I have to pop that open. Look how tiny they are. Oh, they are super tiny. Okay. Wow. Those are mighty powerful magnets. Okay. Oh, I pinched my finger. I was trying to Wow, okay. That's trying to. Wow. Okay, we'll do one at a time. The whole thing was trying to fly across the desk. It was standing up on its own. Alright. Does it matter which side? Okay, it's trying to repel on that side. It's trying to stick on that side. So, I guess...
It shouldn't matter which side as long as all of them have the same side.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, you probably don't have to. It's wide enough that it'll probably get you.
Okay, it'll stick on either side. Alright.
Okay.
I was trying to find something magnetic so that I could test it. Okay, it says 1 drop. I'm gonna need a toothpick for this because I'm certainly not sticking my finger in there. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Slightly off center, but that's where it's living now. I mean, 1 might be enough, but I didn't want it to like sit funny.
Went with 3 because that was the minimum we needed for it to be stable, if I recall.
I thought that was the big magnets. I'm using the
should still be the same thing.
I'm using the tiny bar ones.
Yeah, we still need at least 3 points of contact.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Now it's obviously still wet along the edges. So I'm not going to be able to test that right away. I'm going to start with 2 and we'll see how it goes from there. Let me put the lid back on you because you're dangerous, Mr. Gorilla Glue Super Glue. But it didn't come out too bad. Like, it's kind of cute, right? It kind of looks like a little picture frame little guy. So yeah, they weren't that expensive either, I don't think. I think they were under $10. They came in like a little container with some padding in there. But not bad for our first demo piece. It could have come out a lot worse. I'm not sure how the next one's gonna go because that's gonna be tough with all the pine trees and little pine trees. I might have to, do like teardrop trees and figure it out from there. But we'll see how we do. We'll be attempting the second one in this tutorial series for season 31 next week. I haven't sketched that one out yet. We could attempt to sketch that one together next week. I don't know if I really need to sketch that one out. We might just wing it. I think I might be a little more comfortable just winging it and figuring that out from there. But the pre-sketch does help me figure out my colors ahead of time. So I don't know. Working on a pre-sketch does mean I have to do that over the weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that over the weekend. We might just wing it. So I don't think I need to waste a whole stream on doing the sketch for that one since it's so tiny. So that's where we are. We will be back tomorrow with some Planet Zoo. Um, yeah, we'll probably just wing it and see how it goes. Um, we will be trying to figure out our restaurant area and bathroom and new shop area that we were starting to put in last week on that. And seeing how far we can get. Oh, that's right, we're going to put a playground in too. Which may or may not work out, but we'll try. It's not like the guests are going to be able to use it, but we'll try to come up with something. Um, so we've got that planned for tomorrow. I hope everybody has a safe New Year's celebration. If you are partaking, make sure you have a designated driver. If you are heading out, we're not going anywhere. We are staying put. And we'll probably be in bed long before midnight rolls around anyway, but I'm sure we'll be woken up by people setting off fireworks and shooting their guns and all of that happy stuff that terrifies anxiety muffins like my husband and myself. So um like the biggest thing I'm having to drink is sparkling apple cider tonight. So we got that chilling in the fridge. But that'll probably be gone long before midnight, but I've got 2 bottles, so that's okay. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me this afternoon and watching this project slowly derail and try to get back on the tracks. Um, thank you guys. You have a good Happy New Year as well, Acquire, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Until next time, you guys, have a good one.